All right. Sorry about that. And we're now live again. Apologies. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Uh, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the art stream. Apologies for that. All right. I normally have a process, and I thought I had scheduled the stream, but apparently I didn't actually hit submit on that. So sorry about that. Welcome. It is March 7th, and that means it is MouseHunt's 17th birthday today. Hello, Swifty. Hello. Sorry about the like chaos. I can't start a stream without there being some kind of weird issue. Usually audio. Earlier this week, my webcam wasn't working, so that was cool too. Uh, got that figured out, but yeah. Hopefully, my audio levels are fine again this week. Let me just rearrange some things. Awesome. All right. Sound of my horn. All right. Happy birthday. Yeah. Hello, hello. 17 years. Claim my crate. Get tokens. Go to the vending machine. Hopefully get some elemental. Ooh, I can get two of them right now. Yoink. All right, got some elemental. Happy with that. All right. So, what are we doing today? I have here a very old sketchbook, very, very ancient tome from the before times. And within it, we actually have literally the first mice. These were drawn with a Colirace color pencil. I liked using orange and blue, and then inked over with a felt liner. And then I'd erase the Colirace because they were very good at erasing those pencils. Quite a fan of them. And then scan those in. Took a good 10 minutes to scan. They would be put in the game or like uploaded with crazy high resolution. So you'd see like the individual grain of the paper. And it's pretty nice smooth paper. Yeah. And then I would bring it into Photoshop and illustrate it there. Yeah, these are just some like literally the first mouse drawings that were ever done. Let's see. Here's some like trap concepting from the early days. Let's see what else. It's like part from like when I was doing like subway sketching and back in college, or at least kind of just after. Well, most of this early part of the sketchbook was like college years. So let's see what else. I know I got a bunch of stuff in here. And another sketchbook beside it. I'm just trying to see if there's anything relevant. Okay. Yeah. The old white mouse. It's pretty crazy. Alright. Here's the zombie. I guess, what's kind of interesting is technically this one looks like it's the first in the entire sketchbook in terms of kind of like where it's in the book. However, that is not the case. I kind of had a thing where I wouldn't always use the full page and I'd jump around. So let's see who else. We got the ninja. Here was like an alternate pirate mouse face that I did. That one I didn't ink. kind of realized maybe I don't need to do the inking and have an outline drawing. Only the white mouse has really kept that rendering style. Diamond mouse. Now, of course, these are all flipped because of how I have the camera set up, I believe. Got some portraits. Like early leprechaun sketches. Here is the one that I went with, I believe. Oh. At least for that time. Oh, awesome. Okay, so here on I do a lot of this where I like write down concepts and ideas, and I had this idea where you like could use the mice you catch and cage them and then like send them at other hunters and attack them as like a PvP style thing. And there's the what was Mary Mousenet? I kind of wish I went with that face design for it. This was like an NPC character idea, Jacques. Let's see. I had like a tutorial kind of like idea that was going to use like little animated stuff. Got the mobster concepting. Here's the actual kind of drawing that I worked off of. Let's see. Hello. Sorry about the way that the stream was scheduled. It was like exploring the thief mouse idea. Or the burglar, I mean. Yeah, here's the burglar that I used. And I ended up putting like a kit on it. And of course, these were drawings that were like redrawn. Let's see. This was actually one of the like early map ideas, and we actually had that island very early on. I believe that I might have had kind of like the map drawn at this point, and this was more concepting some of this stuff. Let's see. Not that. I think in the sketchbook somewhere I actually have the floating island concept. Or like a variant of it. Oh, I had like a treasure map minigame that I wanted to do. Where you're like digging on a grid kind of thing. Okay. There's like so much stuff written around little sketches that I'm like, I don't know if I want to show all this. Not sure what's in it, but here is like the dragon mouse sketch. That was just the head of it. Let's see. Ooh, oh, this is very interesting. Okay, let's see. So this was an idea about trinkets. Okay. And what those were basically you had your shield and you had sockets, and you'd plug in these little consumable things, and every hunt it would consume one and give you some kind of cool effect. And you could level up your shield and it would get more slots that you could plug these trinkets into. And basically that ended up transforming into the charm system. So if you actually were to look in the code, a lot of that really old code is actually called trinkets. So that was pretty cool. here's the sketch used to create the tribal islands. And then, oh, here is more of the trinkets kind of concept. So it's just like the idea is like as you plugged in different things, or maybe it was something like you could kind of like create your own coat of arms kind of thing. You customize it. It's a monster moose. Oh yeah, this is the actual sketch that I used to create that one. And then more of that trinket system. Let's see. Yeah, lots of things in here. I was kind of like sketching up Huntington stuff, kind of exploring that idea. Man, I haven't looked through this for years. Got some costume ideas. Okay. Back at the like digging kind of mini game idea where you're like digging on a grid and you have to try and like locate the treasure by kind of like triangulating it. This one came a bit later. It's the ghost mouse. Let's see. Little bat mouse drawing there. I don't think I ended up using that actually. Oh yeah. This was like sketching out like a little comic about playing MouseHunt. And then just kind of like on your banana computer, there's a crowd. The horn suddenly appears, and then someone blasts it, and then Jim, just caught the leprechaun mouse. Apparently, don't really know what I was going for with that, but yeah, looking at this was still when I was working contract for HitGrab, where basically I just emailed back and forth and was like, all right, here's the drawings I did, and okay, so here's the tactical, what is that, the ambush trap. So this was like, I guess, the very first droids. They definitely changed a bit. But here, this is the floating islands, very first kind of concept page for that. The idea was it was actually a totally different game, kind of based on the principle of MouseHunt, where you're like navigating a land and taking, like not hunts, but taking turns passively, and doing little actions in between each one. Let's see. Got the nori cheese, just a sketch and a bunch of writing. Here we go. Here is the actual, like, getting into the depth of the floating islands dirigibles game design that I had, where basically you have these like navigation controls and you're like piloting your ship, and you have events you can do, like hunt, gather, search, ram, avoid, stoke the engine, and then like there'd be like this grid and you would like travel along and you could kind of like change directions to try and hit these different little adventure things. Like maybe I think it was like the clouds gave you fuel or something like that, and then there'd be, you know, all kinds of cool things. And the idea was you'd go on a fleet, you'd be traveling with your friends, and then you had to try and like land at the goal, and the closer you got to the goal, the better reward or multiplier or whatever. So it changed completely. Like that idea was kind of, you know, completely, you know, didn't end up becoming what it is, but that was kind of the inspiration. Aha. Okay, let's see. I have here another, like, this was like the original idea that I had for like the very beginning of the game, where like this kind of whoop, 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 boom, Larry busts out of this little circle and he's like, hey, welcome to the hunt. And you're like, responses are like, heck yeah, or whatever. And then I think one is like, if you choose like, nah, I don't want to help, then he's like, no, 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 like, you gotta help us out. And then if you choose, yeah, he gives you a thumbs up. He also doesn't have a mustache here. Look at this. Look at Larry with no mustache. It's ridiculous. You look so weird without your mustache, bud. Okay, and then yeah, you agree to help, and he's like giving you a thumbs up, and then he's like, "Here's your first plank of wood. Congrats!" And then you're just like, "What the heck is it?" And then he's like, "I think it's missing something." Uh, and then I think he talks about hunting or the trap or whatever, and maybe you choose your trap itself. I don't know. I haven't actually read through this, but boy, it goes on for a while. So yeah, and then I don't know, other stuff. Oh look, your first trap. Cheese plus base plus trap equals hunty. I don't know, but yeah, yeah. I think it's more kind of like you choose the trap, the glue or spring trap, and then look at all the text. Cool. Um, yeah. Click the horn to enter. I apparently really like the idea of Larry busting out of that circle, so I did it again in another sketch. I think I was redoing it, trying to like clean it up and make it more streamlined. So it was like a little crusher idea thing for a trap, I think. Ooh. And this isn't MouseHunt related, but this was like ideas and data for like Love and Light stuff. Or Mythmonger, if you will. Dragon Island. What's that about? Oh, capture dragon, drops dragon tooth. I had that in there. Alright, I think that's the end of this sketchbook. But yeah, so again, I'll go back to the OG little white mouse. Yeah, all the other ones in here basically being redrawn. Well, maybe not all, but a few of them. This one, I know there is like MouseHunt stuff in here, because this one's a sketchbook preceding that, following that. And this was like 5 years into it, where I had like the Mouse Force 5 concepting that I was doing. And then some like more tutorial ideas, I guess. What else do I got? I kind of like moved away from doing concepting in the sketchbook as much. This is more my own random stray ideas. But I'll see if there's relevant-ish things in here. It's like, I think I was doing some t-shirt design ideas at that point. Let's see, I'd like Larry being bombarded by mice. Some more little guy. I don't know. Again, like, these were more just kind of like while I was thinking about things I might doodled, and they didn't like translate directly into anything unless it was like more game concepts. Um, Fun trap. this, Look at this guy go. Yeah, I think this was close to one of the shirt designs I did very early on. Yeah, this was definitely just kind of exploring some. Yeah, okay, I think this was one that I did. Robots. You'll need more than one. Okay. Ooh, all right. Guess what? Terrible Twos Mouse. Hello. Anyone know who that is? It's from a manga. All right. Let's see. Ooh. Interesting. Okay, I can't share that. Forgot I wrote that. That's interesting. That long ago. All right. Most interesting. Got the Derpicorn. Some random fun things. What are we drawing today? Right now, we're actually just looking through some of the very, very old sketchbooks from the early days of MouseHunt. This was Digby area here. Here's like just writing ideas for like mice demolition, huge tremor mouse. It's like the rock cutter, investigating stones. We will draw stuff today. Yeah, I'm just sharing some of the stuff from forever ago. Previous sketchbook had literally the very first mice that were drawn ever. What's interesting is at that time, I had the dragon head. I ended up drawing that on printer paper and using that to scan it in. So the dragon was actually drawn very early on, like around the time of the pirate mouse and like the diamond. But it was designed to be like the big bad of the game. Like we were like, this is the final mouse you'll ever fight kind of thing. Okay, can't show that either. We got some spoilery stuff, There's been ideas in the works for a long time, well over a decade. Lots and lots of goodies that will one day make it into the game. Got like a little overheated mouse. Dragon Mouse probably does need to redraw. It's an old one. I wouldn't be opposed to getting that done at some point. There hasn't always been like a lot of time to. This was a fun game idea that Andrew and I were working on. Yeah, there isn't always a lot of time to do those redraws, is the thing. Generally, there's always something, we can be working on that kind of produces a little more value in terms of like working on, new content and stuff like that, which we're started now. Okay, I'm just trying to see if there's anything crazy on this page that I don't want to share. Okay, I think it's fine. This was early sketches of Zugzwang's tower. I'm just kind of exploring the ideas that I had. It was like a little kind of puzzle minigame idea. It's a bunch of kind of like of the chess pieces for the mice ideas. Just concept. I like this little guy. It's very cute. Bishops. More of that shapes mini game. So there's just like a cute little sketch that I think Mike Hiscott drew in my book. There's a bunch of drawings from like Mike and Jesse McGidney. Oh, got some murder mystery notes. Page is that? Okay, Subway sketches. Oh, here's a Subway sketch of Andrew that I did because we would go together sometimes. A little bit of a tarnished hunter's horn there. Alright. More welcome to playing the game. I definitely have always wanted to kind of like improve the entering the game experience. Never really kind of gotten it where I want it. Ooh. Alright, let's see. It's the very first Halloween kind of, at least I think it was, well, maybe not the very first Halloween, but it was like a trick-or-treat mechanic idea. Can't really see what's going on here, but there's the Zombot umpire mouse scribbles. Got some thumbnails. Oh, we got Great Winter Hunt, where we're looking at like a giant hill with a tree on the top. I think that was maybe one of the tobogganing adventures. It's a lot of just like gameplay ideas, how to lay it out, stuff that's kind of hard to actually share. Ooh, this was like the one of the early sketches of like the King's Arms, I think. Had a gigantic sword just shoved into the earth beside it. This is the bar for, I believe, the tower. Got some Halloween stuff. All right. There's less interesting stuff in this sketchbook, perhaps. So I'll try and get through the last of it, see if there's anything else. There's a lot of subway sketching, which is good to see. Should probably do that kind of stuff again. Ah, Franco's shop. Ooh. Some just kind of ideas for like art book. Actually, let me see what was written about Franco's shop. Okay. Let's see. Franco's shop idea: Tribble collectible. Cost 100 million gold. When you click it, it doubles and keeps doubling every time you click it. As the size increases, the message changes, telling you that it appears they are evolving. When the stack reaches over 100 million, the item disappears from your inventory, lets you know that it seems the furballs have evolved into mice, and you're pretty sure they were playing with time travel as it appears. So, yeah, that item, if you manage to click it all the way, I guess you're the reason why so many mice suddenly appeared. see. More subway sketching. Ooh, iceberg. Iceberg stuff. This was all, who knows what. I'd have to look through it, but iceberg invasion. Lots of ideas and like how the iceberg map would work. Lots of stuff on that. I wrote a lot about that apparently. I should look through that and see what the ideas were. And I ended up kind of figuring out, oh, if I do this kind of style, that slice, we can kind of do this layering thing where you'll travel through it more dynamically. And then like the ice blaster or the heat. Forget what that weapon's called. Living garden stuff. Halloween 2012. Curse Twisted and Sand Crypt. Lots of writing and concepting around that. And I think we're effectively at the end of this sketchbook. And here's, again, like MouseHunt 5th birthday. Concepts. And then we'll get on to actually drawing something together. Yep, more welcome to the game kind of ideas. Never saw the light of day, those. Probably should have actually pushed for those a bit better. Okay. Well, I think that's probably enough time down memory alley. Again, one last shot at this one, because I might not pull it out for another several years, but our old friend, the white mouse. But yeah, wasn't the very first mouse I drew, but one of, for sure. Yeah, there was like 6 or 7 that were outlined, and then I kind of quickly moved on from that. Thank you for all the emojis. I've been seeing those out of the corner of my eye. All right. Yeah, I will be working on putting a little something in the map permanently for Franco. Okay, so yeah, nice little walk down memory lane of MouseHunt and all it represents. Well, I mean, not all. There's certainly so much more, but just fun early look at it. Back when it was being put together by Dave and Giorgio in like a closet-sized office. They shared with Brian and Joel, and I was just like emailing with them back and forth and sending, whatever crazy ideas I had to them. All right, so what we're actually going to work on today, we're going to be doing some drawing. Obviously, it is Art Feedback Friday, Art Edition. So, not birthday related, because obviously that's already launched and going, but we have an idea, and I'm pretty excited about it. I think it'll be a cool one. It will be for the egg hunt, and so I'll just float it by you. Like, it's something we're working on. We're not 100% sure we're going to finish it in time, because there's a lot of like balance considerations and design to solve with it before it's like ready. But so the egg hunt itself is pretty cool. There's like a lot you can do, a lot you can chase after and go after, like eggs everywhere. They all got extra loot. Some people are just absolute like legends, and they actually go and capture every single, like they drop every single egg every year, like all of them. I don't know how they do it. It's amazing. And they have a goal set. They know what they're going after. They have a plan. They do it. Others, it's like get the latest eggs, finish your egg collection, get any you've missed. That's a good goal. But a lot of people enter the game, and it's almost overwhelming the amount of like eggs to go after. I don't have like half of these, let's say, and like, I don't know if I want to go back to that old area just to like grab that egg or whatever. So maybe I'll just kind of, I guess, hang it where I normally do and just get extra loot from those eggs. That's good and fine. But at the same time, I think that there is an opportunity for us to kind of like give you or whoever wants it a little more kind of like goal setting. And so the idea that we have is creating a new treasure map, but it's a scavenger hunt for eggs. So there'd be like probably different ranked ones where like whatever the rank is, it kind of like features eggs that are relative to those locations you would be hunting around. So like higher rank stuff would be kind of more in the higher rank territories, and low rank as well. Um, and basically the idea would be, it'd give you a roster of like eggs to go and hunt, and you can do that with friends. So it's kind of a nice little like, okay, cool, like use this to like set your own goal in a sense to like go and collect some stuff. So like even if you're like a high rank, you might actually be interested in picking up a low rank scroll if you don't have a lot of the eggs from kind of low rank areas. Like that's totally a viable thing to do, because it's just kind of like double down on the reason to go after those. And I think it's gonna. I don't know how it's gonna be balanced. Of course, like we did have a little kind of like run through of every single egg and kind of figure out what ones would be applicable to this map. Um, but yeah, there's certainly a lot to solve on it still. But I don't think it would be like a crazy arduous journey. It's more of a kind of like fun thing to like run around and do during the event. And the event is like a month long, so it's plenty of opportunity to do these. Um, I can't tell you what the reward would be for doing this because that's something we're still gonna have to be, balancing along with what you'll end up chasing. But I think one of the ideas would be like potentially giving shovels and stuff like that on completing it. So it's like a nice, interesting way to kind of like farm the shovels for the minigame. But there's probably going to be other goodies, obviously. And I'm not saying that's exactly what will be on it. I can't tell you that because we don't actually know. But that's just kind of like a cool idea that I think we definitely like. It's not necessarily for everybody, but I think for a number of people, that's kind of like a nice little, additional thing to help you kind of like, okay, cool, I'm going to go after that one. I don't have that egg on my like checklist, or like it's not, you know, something I've gotten yet, and it's on the map. Good time to go get it. So just an idea, but one that I think we're pretty interested in exploring. Thus, I'm going to be working on some art for it today. Uh, so let's just jump over to my canvas. So I could do either the scroll case or the treasure chest for this. And one of the ideas is we would potentially be breaking this into four different kind of like ranks. So there'd be different variants. So like for the scroll case, it would be all looking very similar. It'd use the same art, but maybe like a couple of features change just to make them a little distinct from each other. Like maybe the color of a ribbon or extra gilding or whatever we want on it would be, exported for each of the different kind of like tiers so that, when you look at it at a glance, it's like, okay, that's the low rank, that's the high rank kind of thing. Um, that's the idea. What do y'all think? 10-person egg map or five. I don't know. Again, like anything balance related, that's absolutely something we are working on, um, having to kind of like solve those elements. Will Egg Sweeper be revamped? I don't think we're doing that this year. No. Uh, are there elements of it that you think could be improved? Because I would love to hear that. I think there are things that I think could be improved, but if you have any specifics, I'd love to hear them. Do the scroll case. I think I agree with doing the scroll case. It kind of like sets the direction better. So I like that. Now, one thing about the scroll case is if we're doing the scavenger map, um, I know we have a few scavenger maps, not a lot, but looking through what we have, and hopefully I've found them all. Copy image. So we have these, and these are scavenger maps here, and now they're like an actual scroll itself. So I'm thinking, you know, if that's the language for these, we should probably, you know, use that to kind of like help keep the identity of like, okay, a regular scroll case is this kind of hard shelled thing that you like pop open and inside is your map. And then scavenger hunts are kind of like these rolled up scrolls with like a binding and kind of things on the ends. And I think that actually would be really ideal for, you know, something like an egg hunt where instead of these little circles, they could be eggs, and we could have little egg kind of themed stuff on the surface or whatnot. So that's kind of like my initial thoughts around the scroll case. Look like the excavator. Okay, that's not a bad idea actually. The like metal detector for eggs kind of idea. Okay, so excavator is a little bit harder to directly reference, as it is like, I mean, we could maybe figure out some elements from it. We'll leave that in the reference folder. Okay, I'm also going to save this to my working. Okay, there we go. Just needed to save that. Also, actually, if I save it as a clip file, I can do my time-lapse thing. So let's turn that on. All right. Paper roll on the shovel. Hello, Harrybert. All right. Let's see. Okay. So, shrink this down. I don't like that when I copy a transparent image, it just autofills the back to black. Don't think it should do that, but it does. I have to like save the file and load it in as opposed to just copy the image. Put some smudge of broken egg pieces or egg yolk smeared on the scroll. Nice. All right, so sketch. Probably turn that sketch off. Well, not yet. Okay. So I like the idea of these ends being eggs, right? It seems almost just too obvious that that's what they should be for this. And then, of course, depending on what like tier or rank it is, can just kind of like change the egg material to be more epic looking. Ooh. All right, it's kind of warm. Kind of warm in my apartment. Cold out today, but I think the heaters are just cranked in the building. Mmm. Should I make it an animated image? Don't tempt me. I'll do it. I always enjoy kind of like slapping animations in. Maybe I'll do this on a layer below. I'm thinking I maybe want it to flare out significantly, because like these flare out pretty wide. So it should probably emulate that. And I think maybe they'd be a bit shorter too, which might be better for the design of this to kind of make a little more room for these eggs. Okay, and I think there'll be that like clasp there. Okay. Give that a little flipperoo. And we'll have some kind of band containing it. Now if we want to do some fun idea with that, I'm open to suggestions. All right. Green plant stem, clasp as a flower. Yeah, give it that spring kind of vibe. That's not a bad idea. Yes to animations. Yeah. Yeah, they're I like making them a little subtle and kind of hidden. Um, so I imagine if I do something for this, I do something similar to that. But it could just be like a little kind of like glint that like plays off the surface, right? It's always a fun one. Like the cheesy pipe party. Uh, if you haven't noticed yet, when you actually do the claim, watch the pump on the left, because I put in little animation for that. I enjoyed quite a bit. I can pull those up and show you them in all their glory, though, if you'd like. They're fun. Let's see. I'll do that. I spent a good amount of time and detail on it, so I want to make sure I can share that. Let's see. 5, Cheesy Pipe Party. I guess if I go into process file, pops. Yeah, we're gonna get to look at this in its full res. All right. This is the dusted one. Yeah, got a little kind of spin up and lightning arc off of it. Just vibrating the hat around. And then let's see, do I have the standard pump? Is this one animated? Yeah. Boop. Boop. Had a little too much fun with these. Yeah, there you go. If you haven't seen them, now you got to see them up in high res. Yeah, I enjoy doing that kind of stuff. Okay, I'm going to shorten this down a little bit. Seems fine. Yeah, okay. And maybe pull this egg in just a smidge more. But I still like trying to make it be visible. So maybe I leave it like that. Okay. All right, I like the idea of the flower on here. I mean, we could even change out what the flower is depending on the rank, maybe, if we like that. So there's kind of like leaves and grass kind of look to this. Easter egg pick as motifs on the scroll. So like around the bend of it, there'd be some kind of Easter egg. Not sure what we would want. Any ideas? Make the Archduke one be a pink sakura flower. Ooh, that sounds nice. I like it. Yeah, I think the different flowers could kind of like get more epic looking, and honestly, pink sakura is like pretty top tier. Epic is in terms of like how like beautiful the flower. I mean, all of them. Every flower is beautiful, but some are a little more kind of like powerful. First one for the lowest rank. It's actually a dandelion. Sorry. So used to like in the springtime, just every lawn just like covered in them. Easter rabbit face as a sticker. Maybe. I like the flower idea a lot because I mean it is the spring egg hunt, so having that kind of springtime vibe, it's pretty cool. It's a good idea. I like it. Okay, I'm going to merge that down. Can make these the greenery baked in, and then we can kind of like change out the flower detail. So what we'll have to work with is we have the flour we can swap out and the eggs on the ends we can swap out. And that should be plenty of distinction. Yeah, I like this idea a lot. I wouldn't have thought of this either. It's a good one. That's why I love doing Feedback Friday Art Edition. Always get some really interesting ideas and push the like potential of what we're creating in fun, cool ways, and also, you know, can literally share how you were a part of creating the game and helping shape it. Okay, so we got like our grass and leaves kind of thing going on here. And then it is going to require putting like some color behind this just to there we go. Great. All right. What program am I working in? I'm working in Clip Studio Paint. I used to work in Photoshop, but Adobe has just frustrated me more and more every time I use it. And I discovered that I could do animations very, very effectively in Clip Studio. So that was actually the main reason why I started to switch to it. And then I just found that the way the tools and how you can customize brushes just kind of works with my flow. Even just the ability to like make any button on my keyboard a hotkey for whatever I want it to be is so freeing compared to Photoshop, where it's really weird how it limits what you can do. Um, but yeah, so it goes on sale every once in a while. I recommend it if you're looking for a drawing program. Obviously, there's plenty. They all do very similar things. There's definitely things that Clip Studio Paint does not do as well as Photoshop, especially when it comes to like text and layout. Um, if you're doing like graphical design stuff, it's probably not the best tool for that. But if you are like someone who wants to do animation or comics or whatever, it is designed for that kind of an artist. Um, yeah, so it's a fun one. Also, the time lapse feature is significantly better than what I was doing before. Not that I utilize it all the time very well. Like, what I've tended to do is record it while I'm streaming, and then during lunch or at the end of the stream, I just play that back, and it kind of is a nice kind of like, uh, you know, summary of the art we did that day, and even beforehand. But yeah, it used to be that I was like, oh, I'm gonna like put these to music and upload them, and I did that for a little bit, but it was just so much work, and I was very bad at it, and I didn't enjoy that process, so I just kind of stopped doing that. And at one point, when I was doing it during like using Photoshop on a Mac, this was years ago. Um, I was like running my screen recording, which was very intensive, and drawing a big file. I think maybe I was even working on the map or something ridiculously large. And I was like encoding a video all at the same time, and smoke literally started pouring out of my keyboard because it cooked it. It was not great. Yeah, so like I remember using that computer that way and like just typing on the keyboard. If I like hit the aluminum area above the number keys, it would like burn my finger. It would run so hot. Yikes! Don't do that. Don't do that. Bad idea. Yeah. Okay. So I really like this. I think this is pretty good. So the actual like detailing on here. We can do something with this maybe. Yeah, so generic potato, welcome. It is a scroll case for a new scavenger hunt idea, specifically for the spring egg hunt, where basically it gives you different eggs from the event to go and collect. And it'll give you cool, useful rewards for the event, etc. But yeah, it's kind of like because I've found, and I think a lot of people have experienced it. Unless you're someone who is like, I have these things I'm gonna do during egg hunt, you just kind of like default, and it's just kind of like, okay, you get a little bit extra loot, but it's not like really embracing what the event can be for people. And so this is basically a really nice kind of like tool to like give you like, here's your goals. Like start one of these maps at whatever kind of like tier of rank you want. It could like you would even benefit potentially from getting like the lowest rank one open and like going after the eggs on that you haven't collected for your own collection, and kind of like double down, give you an excuse to go really chase them. Um, and it should be fun. I'm excited to do these. Yeah, I think this is like a really good use of a scavenger hunt mechanic. So yeah, and again, like just caveat here, this is still early development. We aren't guaranteed to be coming out with it this year. It's kind of one that we really need to like figure out the balance and kind of like design it still. We like the idea enough that we're gonna do the art, and if we don't get it done this year, we want it next year. Um, Unless everyone who hears me talking about this is like, that's terrible, I hate it. Do not do that. This is just the worst idea. Why would anyone? Even then, like, I don't know. I you don't have to do this mechanic. It's fine. Not everything's for everybody. But I think enough people would be interested in playing this that it's worth working on. So hopefully that's the reality of it. I'm sure it is. I like it. I'm excited for it. Um, Paper scroll could look like egg wallpaper just rolled up. Yeah, it could. I like that. Different little eggs on it or something. I don't want it to be too crazy detailed because I do want to do multiple variants of it, unless it's just kind of like the same wallpaper. Maybe the paper color is different, actually. That could be a really strong distinction. Um, yeah. Mmm. Just want to be an ordinary hunter and join the competition to hunt all mice as fast as possible during the egg hunt. Because Ultimate Eggmaster wasn't enough yet. Oh my goodness. I, you know what? I believe there is someone out there that could somehow do that. Like, it blows my mind just being able to actually do the Eggmaster, Ultimate Eggmaster challenge. Like, that's still so impressive to me. And every year we add more eggs. Now, we try not to go too crazy and be like, all right, here's another Shelder egg and another, Black Widow or whatever kind of like annoying mouse to get. It's fine to have a few of those, but like those kinds of eggs, I don't think we're going to feature on these maps. I think it's going to be more kind of like practical and like doable, where you and some friends can actually get through these maps together relatively well, as opposed to like, okay, cool, you all got all the eggs except like one really frustrating one. I don't think that'd be as fun. um, but yeah, like, good luck to the hunter who wants to collect all over 1,000 unique mice. Uh, all the best to you, because Ultimate Egg Master wasn't enough. All right, spring roll, delicious spring roll. Yeah, I love it. is It's like fried paper, nice, crispy and crunchy and flaky. A little bit of like vegetables kind of jammed into the center and dripping out the side. Yeah, exactly. Maps are pretty optional anyway if rewards are really simple, event stuff, no bait keeps, etc. Yeah. Just bonus mechanic minigame, all for it. Yeah, exactly. And I think that like we don't want to force people's hands into certain things that they may not actually enjoy. and be interested. And that's something I think we've learned over the years. And like we want this to be like something that is fun and engaging and rewarding, but like not to the point where it's like you would feel like FOMO by not doing it, like a fear of missing out, where you're like forced to do something that you're just not actually wanting to do. I don't think that's good game design when we kind of like end up kind of creating that situation. So yeah, I like this idea because it does provide, even if the rewards aren't incredible, I still find this a compelling idea because it's just like, hey, I don't have all the eggs, let's say, and like this is something that I can use to kind of like just encourage me to just go and do that mechanic to like get this for my team, work together. Um, and it can be a bit of a competition thing and a race, and like it's fun. I like that kind of stuff. It's in the right spirit of the event too. Like an egg hunt is very much like if you ever did that as a kid or you've hosted that for kids, you like hide all these eggs and they go on, a little scavenger hunt kind of thing, and they're racing against each other to collect these eggs, and then in the end, you kind of all win. You all got little candies and whatnot. Some more than others, I guess, but yeah, it's fun. But yeah, it fits too well to not do it. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Maps are an excellent break from that kind of grind. It's just a way to kind of engage with the same stuff, but like in a different and better way a lot of the time, like for the most part. Um, and there's certainly some maps that can challenge you and can ask you to do some interesting things that definitely break the norm. So I do love them. I think maps are one of the greatest kind of layers to the game itself in terms of like the depth that they offer to the experience and the potential, um, which is why I always look forward to like when we're working on an area and we kind of like reach a point where it's like, okay, it's established now, and we do like a follow up release will include mapping with it. And now a lot of the areas do end up, their personal map isn't always capable of being the most kind of engaging thing because of the way that the mice pools work. And it's kind of like, well, you're in a location, you're only going to be needing to go after these mice. So there's less kind of like opportunity for some situations to like push that and make it like dynamic. But where we can, it's neat to be able to do. But also, it's like if you're in a location and you're hunting there, uh, you might as well throw on a map at the same time and just kind of like double down on your rewards. Um, they can be a lot less demanding than other maps. Other maps that are more demanding obviously have much more significant reward potential, like being able to get auras and that kind of stuff, which is great. But yeah, that kind of content isn't necessarily for everyone, right? Um, but one of the very interesting things that has come out of this whole thing over the years is how the community has kind of like evolved their own economy out of those more kind of like powerful and challenging maps where yeah, that's a lot to ask for a lot of hunters. And so the people who are like, I don't know if I can kind of like go through that grind, but I still want to engage with that. It creates an opportunity for there to be this like map market, and players can basically offer their services to, you know, sell map slots, and it's like a really unique and engaging mechanic that has kind of like come out of the whole design, and it's a neat thing. I think it's actually really quite a cool element, and it just kind of creates space for different types of players to thrive. Um, Now it definitely creates also like more of a there is like a range for power gamers because some of these maps, the bigger ones, those do actually provide some powerful benefits. And so that's something that like we are more and more aware of in terms of design, is like understanding that like if we put in a lot of those and there is this kind of like economy for power players to be able to kind of like just grab those up and like scale up their like abilities and do more of that. Like it's kind of like this snowballing powerful effect thing. And so, that's something we need to kind of like understand better and kind of think about, not to remove it at all. Like, I still think it's a good and interesting dynamic of the game, and it creates this like great layer of like challenge for people who want to push themselves or just like skill, and it does create a bit of a gap, but like that can kind of be a good thing. Like, you want there to be you know ranges of skill that people can actually achieve, and some people may not see it as skill, but like it's not necessarily just like you click a button and you get all these like cool auras and rewards. You still have to kind of like know how to like engage and you know go into the market and connect with that and uh, use that system and stuff. And it does come with its own kind of dangers and stuff. And thankfully, the community has kind of like looked into how to make that better and safer for people, because it is kind of like player to player interaction stuff. But um, yeah, it's just there's so much interesting things around it. Um, but yeah, so like one idea that I think is really something worth considering for us is when it comes to kind of like the scaling and the power, that like being a part. Oh, hang on, I was on the wrong layer. Being a part of like engaging with these really powerful maps and stuff is as more of those kind of like get introduced into the system regularly, like they're kind of hard to engage with, right? Like going after these Slayer maps or whatnot. Like, that's not necessarily everyday everybody content. You have to kind of like chase after those, right? But as more and more of these kind of like enter the game, that creates more of a situation for more and more of that power gap to be created. And also, it's a lot more work to upkeep all of that. So, one idea that I think would be worth kind of like exploring and thinking about would be like actually making the lower ones a little more accessible to everybody. Where it's like, okay, those we've graduated on from, in a sense, where it's like we want those to be like now a lot of people can kind of like have more access to that. But as other ones open up in the future that are also cool, and so like, sure, you can still kind of like combine and grab these and become more powerful. But like, those ones are now maybe a little more accessible and more people can kind of like get in on that ground floor, and get that kind of Powerball rolling. But it's definitely a lot to kind of like really solve and figure out, and not something to kind of like actually be like, oh, this is what we're doing around it. Obviously, this is just kind of like game theorizing, on a Jacob art stream, which often means take it all with a very hefty grain of salt. You're in the salt mines with me, friends. So what I say here is always kind of like not gospel. Definitely, like if I mention something, you're like, whoa, that doesn't mean it's a thing. It's just something I ramble about. So yeah, but yeah, it's like, I think it's a something to consider, because I like the range and the interest that like powerful map rewards give. But if we kind of just keep doing it the way we do, where it's like only the top tier hunters can really access these, and the ones that do have all of them, that creates too much of a gap in the sense that like, it could start to become a problem, because we have to like balance and think about what does this mean versus other player kind of avenues. And so I've always been on the kind of side of like, I want to make all that kind of stuff a lot more accessible, but not all of it, right? Like, but I do want that kind of idea to kind of like become more reachable for most players. I think it's kind of like how let's say an MMO does like raiding content, which is like end game kind of content, right? As they kind of like continue adding to the game and putting out new content, old content is kind of like the characters are scaled up as new content comes out and they get more powerful and stuff like that. And then if you were to like go back to an older raid, suddenly you don't need to have like literally grinded for months to have the best gear to beat it. Now you're over geared and it's much easier to kind of like tackle that. Now I'm sure not all MMOs kind of like work that system, but it kind of does kind of create this compression mechanic for kind of like being able to like access the older content and like collect those interesting rewards that were out of reach for you before, and they're less relevant now because it's moved on from that. But like if you still want them, now you can kind of get them a little easier, stuff like that. Maybe not the perfect examples, but yeah, that's kind of relatively the idea that I'm talking about. All right, so I'd say that this sketch is okay. I think I might move the bangle thingy up just a hair. Yeah. I do love me some rambling, so if you're new to Jacob's stream, that's what you have in store for you up until I take lunch, and then after lunch, I'm kind of like usually quietly just rendering away. Okay, so I moved it up just a smidge. Hide that for a second. Yeah, I think that looks a little more balanced. Cool. By the way, I think I'll be streaming for a good while today. I will go until probably 1 o'clock, and then I'm going to take an hour-long lunch break. I'll put a timer and all that so you'll know exactly when I'm going to return, and we'll come back and keep working. Even if we somehow got this scroll case done today, like I have the treasure chest, and then there's variants of all these. So like if we wanted to, we can go until I'm cooked. My noggin is scrambled. Made an omelet out of my brain. So we'll see how long I last. Yeah. All right. I like this. I think we can still kind of figure out, I kind of like the idea of like just a simple like egg wallpaper kind of idea. I don't know if it's as interesting. It could also be like flowers. Or maybe it's just the border is eggs. And then let's just kind of scribble that on. I'll make them smaller, in fact. And then like the corners can be flowers, I guess. That's a terrible flower. Okay, shrink these eggs down. It kind of makes me think of border stamping on leather, where like you kind of trace the border with like the same stamp, and once you've kind of done that and kind of encased the whole thing, it just has a nice little simple look to it. Okay. That might work. Also, yeah, like I also, even if we did all the items today, which we're not going to, don't worry about that. There's the idea of like animating it, that'd be fun. Just really subtle. I don't want to go crazy and be like, yo, this is super powerful item, thus it's animated. I kind of reserve it for like really important and powerful things. But I do want to just do more of it. Also, I just wanted to quickly share this really beautiful thing that Giorgio made for the whole team, each of us. Um, and this was a nice little surprise. We got together last week on Friday, which is why we had the Thursday feedback, feedback Thursday edition with Dave. Because the Friday we got together for just hanging out together in person since we all work remote right now. And he surprised us all with these beautiful coins that he got made. Now, of course, my camera is backwards, but it does say MouseHunt on it. Come on, get in focus, please. Is this how they do it? And then on the back, it's hunting mice since 2008, and it's like actually embossed and like painted in there with the very first trap, the spring tension trap. Yeah, this is just like a really thoughtful, beautiful thing that Giorgio did for us. And so thank you very much, Giorgio. Yeah, and all the team members got one of these. It's got a nice heft to it too, metal coin. Yeah, it's just like he got like the die developed for it and got it like produced and all that. It was really cool, and it came in this like nice little protective case for it. So yeah, just wanted to share this really cool thing that we got. Um, Very nice. So ain't that nice? All right. Ooh yeah. Calor's rib should totally have a little bit of animation to it. Like that would actually be kind of fun as like go through and like find the like epic loot kind of stuff and like do a little kind of like kind of flame blast or glint or lightning stuff. Fulmina's tooth maybe even is kind of like considered, like a powerful resource that like warrant, like dropping grubs. I don't think grubs need to be animated. But like if it's like super powerful and useful, it's like, yeah, maybe I'll put a little juice on that. Because honestly, when I know what I'm doing on it, it doesn't necessarily take a crazy amount of time to get that little kind of animation cooked up. This scroll case is just like, yeah, maybe not that. Maybe it doesn't vibrate. But yeah, yes, yeah, it's totally like a challenger coin. Actually, I was suggesting to the team that when we do get together, and this is something that the X throwers have, is we have challenger coins where when you've played a supernatural perfect game, which means you get clutch or bullseye, 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 clutch, bullseye, 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 clutch, bullseye, 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 clutch, which is literally as perfect a game as you can throw. 81 points, you are rewarded with one of these kinds of challenger coins. I don't have mine yet. I'm close. I've like been one throw off from getting it in the past, so I'm very close. But yeah, the idea is that if you go out kind of to a bar with axe throwers after, and other people have gotten their perfect 81 game, you can challenge one of them to like buy a round of drinks, and if they don't have their coin on them, they have to buy it. But if they do, you have to buy it. So it's a little challenge game, and I kind of think that yeah, as the mouse hunts, anytime we go out together, I'm gonna bring mine just in case. But yeah, it's just a fun little thing, and I like it a lot. We don't have like a lot of like you know relics that we have physically made for the game. There's fan made stuff. The Frozen in Time figures, amazing figures. I have every single one in a display case. And we have like the Get Together t shirts, which Kelly and Brian are in London right now celebrating. Hello to you too, and everyone at the meetup. They brought, well, Michelle got shirts, and also hello, Michelle. Got shirts for that get together. Of course, they're all probably too busy hanging out and having a good time to be tuned in here. But if you are, hi. Um, yeah, so there's new birthday shirts, and like each year we've done those. So I have every single one in my closet. Even some like really old designs that are gonna crumble if I try and wear them. Um, but yeah, there's not a lot of like physical things. You know, it's one of those things where it's like I would love to one day have an art book, but I am not of the mind. I'm not the kind of creator who has the capacity to construct a book, especially out of my maddening files and organizing that kind of stuff is not my forte. So it's something I've always wanted. Even in my like year 5 sketchbook, I was trying to mock up designs for an art book, and it's being asked for, and I'm kind of like maybe the 20th, Brian. Can we maybe try and figure that out? Um, again, hey, welcome to Jacob's salt stream where you take everything with a grain of salt. So as much as I would love to have that be created, no promises, especially on something like an art book. That's not a small task. It's a very, very big undertaking and would need to find the right people or person to get that going. But boy, that'd be cool. All right, so I'm happy with this sketch. I'm not sure if I like the detail on it, but I think we can kind of like figure that out in rendering a little bit. We're at 12:30, so I have half an hour before lunch, so I'm gonna start blocking it in. Wording on the scroll case: Egg Hunter wanted. Yeah, maybe. I'd say let's figure that out once we've gotten the rendering going, honestly. Because maybe the colors and that will like suggest, ooh, there should be more interesting detail here. Also, remember, like, we're viewing it in game, at a pretty small size. So we can't do anything that's too detailed because it just gets lost, right? So it's worth considering kind of like how is this viewed, how is it used. Yeah, all right, so our sketch is pretty good. Turn off all those layers and create a new folder for the actual scroll case and create a new layer within that. And let's just start blocking in with, I don't know, a simple tan color, I guess. And I'll start with the actual scroll itself. I'm going to use my opaque smoothing pen, which has like a kind of smoothing algorithm or whatever on it. It corrects my line so that as I drag my pen, it kind of just evens out the stroke. Because I have a very wobbly drawing hand. So getting kind of clean curves is not in the cards without a little assistance. Or at least without a lot of work. Like, I'll zoom in and clean it up often, but this tool just makes that a little bit faster. All right. So I'm kind of curious. Now, we've been around for 17 years, and I know a lot of you have been around for most of those years, perhaps even all of them. But I'm kind of curious, like, how long have you been playing, and where from? Kind of be cool to hear some of that. I always love like learning about like oh hey, I'm new to the game, or I've been around for a long time, or I even like have come back. I used to play like back in 2010 or whatever, and I took like a hiatus. But hey, you know what? I came back. It's always very, very cool to like know how people have engaged with our game. And the fascinating thing is like so many people. It's been years, so many years, and like for any game, that's just mind blowing, right? Um, let alone like such a kind of strange game as our own. But it's also just like one of the most passive games that exists, so it kind of makes a lot of sense. All about patience and you know the long game. Australia for 16 years. Awesome. 5 years. Oh wow. A family group. Yeah. Your mom and brother have been playing from launch. Incredible. 15 for you. Cousin got started. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's how the it goes is like how did you get into the game? It's always, like someone from work or, a friend of mine, and like sure, a lot of them have moved on, but a lot of people also like found a community here and that's why they stuck around. When I go to the get together, um, the number of people that you know I meet, their whole story is just like, well, yeah, I'm here because of the community, and you know, a lot of like very similar stories where like, yeah, I got started way back when, you know, someone was telling me all about it, and I kind of didn't get it for a long time, but I stuck it out for them, and and then I found other people, and we clicked and whatnot, and yeah. And like, I guess a question I have is like, how do you feel it's like evolved over time? Like, did it start as this kind of like ragtag little kind of thing where it's, like this tiny team and like what appealed to you? Like, you know, I'm curious about like how you thought about it then and like how that's evolved over time. Like, has that changed? I kind of hope that we still are this experience where it's like, hey, I literally know, you know, a bunch. Well, not know them, but like I know of the devs that work on it. They, you know, show their face once a week and we chat. And like honestly, the team is still tiny compared to like any other game company that's been around and working on a project this long. It's like, you know, uh, and we try to be like very like humble and just like it's not about like our philosophy has always been wanting to make the game for uh, us and people who like this. Like everyone who works on this game loves it, um, and it matters to us. Like it's an important creation that like we care about, like the soul of it, if you will. Cheesy wording, but like the design, the philosophy that like created it is super important, and it's about kind of like respecting the players and making something that is special and like I don't know. Do you all still feel what you felt with that, and like how has that evolved? Um, my my grandkids can't believe I'm still playing MouseHunt. I love it. Yeah, oh yeah. Rather rough mobile UI. That's fair. I still think there's so much room for improvement is because we're so small, like a small outfit. There's so many things that we have identified and know, man, I can't wait to fix this and that. And it's, we really, it's always a balancing act. We're scaling up for doing new content now. Or well, like not scaling up, but like we got that roadmap laid out now, and we're starting to kind of like dip our feet into that, which is very exciting stuff. Um, and yeah, so it's always a case of like, okay, where can we allocate our resources? What is the priorities? Um, and like, I spent a lot of time working on that mini game, the cheesy pipe party. I built the prototype for it a while back, and then practically a whole month of just kind of tuning that UI and working with the other devs and trying to, make it the best we could. And you know, I I'm pretty happy with it. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but like it's pretty cool. Um, Now, of course, I'm always of the boat like I we could make that so much more challenging and like a puzzle, right? But also like through a lot of testing and kind of like experience and experimenting and knowing how people interact with it, I think we landed it in a good place where not every single board is going to be like, a brain teaser, but every once in a while you run into one where you're like, okay, it catches you off. But like the original design that I had, well, there was a few different designs. One, it was like every single edge of the board had a prize on it, and you just would try and make the most crazy matrix to connect to every single prize that you could. Like you would never be able to get them all, so you had to kind of pick and choose what ones you wanted. But it didn't quite fit the actual like other minigame experiences where it's kind of more like you collect resources and you spend them as you go. That one was like a one shot. Okay, you get one ticket and that's the whole game. So it didn't quite work, but like the other kind of like the prototype that I had for that, like you would often get boards where you were like, oh man, I'm gonna have to reveal so many tiles to like finally make this connection because it's just zigzagging everywhere and it's kind of crazy. And as much fun as I had with the challenge and the actual puzzle going on, it would have been like pretty frustrating for a lot of players because like uh, they're being, even internally testing it where it's like, I can't complete this, can I? And then, they have to sit with it for a second and realize, oh, wait, okay, of course I need to like reveal one up here and have that loop around. So yeah, if it was like a proper brain scratcher, I imagine a significant number of players would burn out on that and not be able to like actually complete those. And especially the case of like a lot of them might use up so many more wrenches than others, and it kind of makes it unbalanced. And it's, yeah, as fun as it is for a puzzle game, it's not as good as a kind of reward kind of mechanic that, the idea of what it is kind of like, okay, cool, like here's another way to engage with getting rewards, and it's a little more fun and flavored. So that was a nice thing that I got to work on, and it's pretty fun to kind of like solve that and put that in. Pretty proud of that. So I hope you all enjoy that mini game. It was a labor of love. Yeah, it's good team effort on it. Yeah, it's just a case where it's like, man, there's so many things we want to do, and it's like, how do we figure out where to like put those resources? And of course, a big thing is we are, developing V4, right? We've been working on it for a long time now, and there's still a lot of work to do. But man, we're making some progress on it. It's really exciting. But like that complete engine rewrite, literally, would dramatically change just how capable we will be able to kind of like do what we want to do. Like, there's so many times when we're like, oh man, wouldn't this be so much better if we like did this quality of life thing for the game where we all know, ooh, the trap effectiveness meter system, not awesome. We have so many ways we could improve it, but it is so like baked in difficult to augment ways that like it's not something that we can reasonably tackle right now. But in V4 we're rebuilding it to be like way 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 better and way more useful in so many ways, and have features that players uh, have to like have third party mods to gain access to and stuff like that, and kind of like building those in, and just like being able to make that kind of like powerful adjustments to the core of the game. As I mentioned, small team, and so we have to really figure out our resources. Well, when we finally finish V4, that's really going to open up our potential. But again, it's just kind of one of those like, okay, we often put off V4 because it's like such a big project, and we gotta focus on this, we gotta focus on that. So it just kind of like got held off and held off. So it kind of became a case where it's like, okay, well, we just gotta force it. We just gotta like dedicate those resources, or it's never gonna happen. And so that's the case. And so that means we, have even less resources in general for, our everyday kind of like, tackling that new content, tackling the events, doing quality of life, bug fixes, improvements, all that stuff is kind of like, we have to balance all of that. And so it's a crazy thing we have to kind of figure out and are working on. But yeah, that's the journey. Um, yeah, hopefully, I mean, it is absolutely coming together. V4 is definitely going places, and it's very exciting. It's definitely like going to come with growing pains for like players, because realistically, and this is just understood as a like human thing, change is hard. Um, like I remember years ago, and this is still a thing. Years ago, we updated the camp buttons. Camp, travel, inventory, friends, that kind of stuff. It used to be these like uh, gem glossy buttons, um, and we ended up kind of revamping those. And at the same time, we added new features and improved that interface significantly. It really had some issues, and that was the time that we took to kind of like change, a couple of things that were really important and made the game run better. And even just changing how those buttons looked, there was like massive backlash, um, and we actually had to implement a way for like legacy players to be able to like enable the old buttons, and then that added more challenge and difficulty for us actually like making improvements and upkeeping. And it was just like it's such a challenging thing, but like simple little things like that are really like challenging. And like a V4 is going to come with a lot of dramatic changes, but significant, like absolutely significant improvements in like the game period. Like you guys absolutely. But obviously it's going to be like, what is this game? I don't recognize it. um, it will obviously still be the same game with different look, different kind of like user experience, but in a greatly improved. And again, like mechanically, it is going to be revolutionary for us like creators of the game to be able to really do what we want to do with it. There's so many things we've been unable to do, and it's kind of a case of like in V4 we'll be able to do that, and so many things. So it's like an absolute real talk game changer. But of course, that also means it's gonna, whenever that happens, it's still a long ways away, by the way. When that happens, it's going to come with kind of like, you got to adapt to it. It's evolved. It's going to look different, and that's tough. But you stick with it, and it's going to really open up in awesome ways. So this is something you'll hear more and more and more and more as we like start to get to a point where we want to actually start showing you any of this stuff. We're still away from that, right? It's still very much in development. But also that means that like when we get to that point where we're gonna like start, actually like going into some of the details and what it means and what it offers, and we'll be looking for kind of like, well, what do you think about this? Like, what's your actual feedback on it? We want to know, is this actually, what you would want? Which, again, MouseHunt is a game we are designing for us to enjoy. Like everyone that works on it loves the game. We love playing it, and we design it to enjoy it more. And so, you know, it just so happens we did manage to find our audience who thinks the same way as us. So in so being able to design the V4 features, it's designed in ways where it's like, yes, these are things we want in the game. So it's like we have a good idea that you guys will also like it because we like it, right? Like good game studios make games that they want to play, uh, and that's what we do. So like we don't make MouseHunt to sell it to a consumer, right? Like that's not at all our jobs, you know. We first and foremost make this game to be the best game that it is, and we just want it to like always grow and tell more of a story. And by the way, lots of story stuff I'm working on in the background. Hopefully we'll get to move forward with some of that at some point and get that going. Lots of ideas. But yeah, not talking about that right now. But yeah, like, so it's been a long journey, y'all. I've been a part of this for 17 years. A little bit longer, like I've been working on this before it launched, obviously. But yeah, it is a thing. Okay, so we got our grass blocked in. Also, something I've always kind of been curious about is like what kind of like captured you with MouseHunt? Like, why did you stick to it? Like, what appealed to you? What I know that like the beginning of the game, especially for people who have been playing for a long time, it was a different kind of like game market way back at the advent of MouseHunt, right? Like these kind of passive browser games were much more normal, and like we were one of many in that kind of environment where it was kind of like load up your Facebook and play a game on that, and social passive game kind of thing. um, and like back then we actually won a Facebook award for our game, as like going up against like Farmville and stuff like that. It was pretty neat. But yeah, it's like what was one of the things that like appealed to you? I've definitely, and I don't know if this is just because they were talking to me, but I've definitely heard people talking about how one of the things that really attracted them was the art, and like that's always been pretty exciting for me because that's always something I've obviously cared very much about with this project. It's kind of you know a very critical thing to me. Yeah, exactly. Being able to like have your real life, and then this is just kind of like in the background doing stuff, and you get to engage with it in your own time. Like I think that that's one of the most useful and powerful things about how the game works. Like it is a game where anytime you think about it, you can do something with it. Especially now that we have the mobile app. Um, pull out your phone, click the widget, keep going. Um, and it doesn't impact like impede your day to day. It's literally like engage with it and leave it. Other games it's like it wants to hog your attention for like an hour or more, um, and you can't reasonably take that on every single day. I'm working on like a little game jam with my brother and a friend right now. I'm not super engaged in this one, but they're making like a little clicker game, and as I was doing research on it, I ended up kind of like loading up Cookie Clicker again, and boy howdy, did that like, suddenly all my free time, I'm like, gotta click upgrades and buy cookie, like, and just, um, it's one of those games where it's hard to put down, and so, I like that Mouse Hunt isn't demanding like that because I have a very like addictive to video games mindset where I love playing games where a number goes up, and I can just sit there just staring at it, waiting, click, waiting, and just kind of be excited to do that. And I like that Mouse Hunt is like, nope, okay, you're done, go away, because yeah, those games I burn out on, right? Like, I remember there was a game that Giorgio and I started playing like a year ago, and like it it lived rent free in my brain for like half a year, and it was just a terrible game, like terrible. But yeah, it's just I need games that aren't going to like consume me. Like short experiences where you like play it in an evening or a weekend, those are great. Finite But I also really prefer mechanically driven games that like just keep going. There's no end. I'm like I chase that. Like that to me is the more engaging thing. I love game mechanics, game design. That stuff really, tickles my brain. But of course, those are just like never ending, and so like Disgaea and stuff like that. Like I love going into the item world and getting everything to insane numbers, but it's like okay, I got to end this at some point and go back to being, uh, working on my hobbies instead of being consumed by these things. And again, like, yeah, MouseHunt's just this thing that sticks with you, and it like leaves that room to kind of like have this kind of cool, heavily mechanically driven and engaging experience, but without actually consuming you at the same time. And that to me is huge, huge. So yeah. And also, I just love that like it's such a simple mechanic. Arm your cheese on your trap and click button, see what comes around, and if you caught it, right? Simple. But like that also means that we need to get really creative with like gameplay. How do we make that unique? How do we change it up every time? How do we like give you content and like challenge you and like give it a different story and all that kind of stuff, and like that's one of the coolest things that I love getting to be a part of is like helping design these systems, because I'm definitely a game designer at heart, and like mechanics I can't get enough of. I'll often go into like design meetings with Norm and Dave, and like they won't be able to escape. I drag them around, just kind of like want to talk about every single mechanic in blistering detail to the point where they're like, please, please, Jacob, please, we need to go eat lunch. Um, we know. Yeah. Bless them for putting up with me as much as they do. Yeah, even just like sitting around doing game balance and stuff, I'm just like, yes, more please. Like we literally sat down earlier this week and just looked at every single spring egg hunt egg and discussed, is this something that the player can drop off of a mouse directly? How reasonable is it for them to actually like go after this on a map at this rank, at that rank? Like, would it be inappropriate to put on like a low rank one because it would be too challenging? Because like, sure, high rank players can easily bag that, but like a low rank, just kind of like early days in that area, it's pretty unreasonable to ask them to go after it, that kind of thing. And like we went through every single one. There's a lot of eggs, guys, and I loved it. Every minute of it, I'm just like, yeah. Is interesting, but also it's just like tedious. But yeah, I'm a sucker for that apparently. Um, yeah. All right. Oh, how are you enjoying my ramble? Just whatever comes to mind. Um, sorry, I haven't actually been like looking at the chat. Yeah, Mafia Wars, right? Yeah, I remember that. Back in the old days. The art, unique with cute illustrations and puns. We always enjoy like just kind of like figuring out little quips and silly things. It's always fun. I'm actually in the coming weeks. I'm going to be looking at um, helping kind of fill some shoes where Franco was like a big kind of one of the writers for content and stuff like that. So I'm actually going to be assisting in kind of the content management side of things, where uploading the actual like assets and helping kind of write them. Every once in a while, I've written descriptions for traps and mice and stuff like that when I'm like so inspired to, and it's fun to do. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing actually, but when I kind of like decide to do it, I enjoy it, and so I'm looking forward to doing a bit more of that and kind of getting involved in that side of the pipeline, which kind of hasn't really been an option for me or the artists in general, but it's something we're kind of like, this could be helpful if we were more involved in this. So I'm kind of trying to pave the way on that. Um, yeah, and also like I know the devs have a lot of things they need to be doing, and if there is opportunities for uh, the art team here and there to kind of like help with making that work, um, I think that's good. More of this kind of trying to balance the resources in the ways that will really benefit us the most. Make this thing kind of go in the directions we need it to. Yeah, like I like creative writing. I won't claim I'm any good at it, but it can be fun when I kind of set myself to it. Um, like I have been doing a bunch of kind of like lore diving and doing a bunch of kind of creative writing about little kind of like history and some of the unknowns that I'm trying to kind of like really work out in the actual kind of canon and timeline. Um, a lot of it, like, I know where I want it to go, and I've been kind of sitting on it for, well, if you'd believe my sketchbooks, over a decade. Um, and so, it's kind of a case of like, all right, well, it's like V4. If I don't actually kind of like start putting pen to paper, I'm never gonna actually like get this out and kind of like get that ball rolling. Like I have a lot of kind of like you know world building ideas and lore and directions I've wanted to take the game in terms of like the story, what's actually going on, all kinds of stuff. So I'm finally kind of like trying to make that happen as well. Um, so it's just kind of like so many things we're still working so like just constantly putting into this. It's a simple game we've been working on for 17 years, and we're nowhere near done with what we even want to scratch the surface of accomplishing, right? So still a long journey to go, and we love it so much. All right, so I'm gonna go on lunch. It is a 1:01, and I gotta go get water because I am parched right now. I forgot to bring my water glass with me, um, and I'm out of coffee and all that, and I gotta go fuel up. And yeah, just ramble, ramble, ramble. Um, I like that people just come here to chill. It's good. Okay, so I'm gonna save this. It's important to do. All right, I'm gonna be back at 2 o'clock. I'm gonna put up a little timer so you know exactly when I will return. And let's get this time lapse playing. Not that there's a lot to really share here, but something to have running in the background. Yeah, it's pretty short. But yeah, I'll be back at 2. So don't go anywhere, or do. You got time. Go do something. I'll be here when you return, or vice versa. Okay, see you in a bit. hello, hello. We are back from lunch. Hello. We has returned. By the way, on the one day that should be giving a gift, being the birthday, I don't actually have a layer link for you. Sorry. Michelle is out at the get-together. She usually prepares one for me. Maybe one day I'll like learn how to do that for myself. And yeah. All right. Maybe I'll poke one of the other devs. All right. So, we got a lot of this blocked in. I think we're just going to keep trucking on it. All right. Eros mentions that still waiting on a purpose for the Frozen Scroll, Galleon Gouda, and Plankrun's Journal, but enjoying that still a mystery. So, let me see. I mean, I definitely have plans for Plankrun's Journal. But, let's see. Frozen Scroll. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, of course, the Frozen Scroll was used in a crafting recipe to make the Ice Maiden. Can you also... some kind of interaction with Dragon Maiden charms? I don't remember. But yeah, the text of like, I wonder what else, certainly makes it a little extra mysterious. And then Galleon Gouda, is that not? Let me see what Galleon. Is that not just the cheese you use on the Huntington? Okay, well. Oh, it's too warm, Pika. Sorry, you can't be on my lap. I'm cooking. I'm sweating. You're a very warm cat. Any Larry link? I do not have one yet. I poked Dave, and let's see. Yes, he got me one. Thank you, Dave. Let me just verify that it's working. Yeah, it's a working. Here you go. Enjoy some pipe wrenches. Thanks, Dave and Larry. All right. So, I think maybe we'll work on the eggs. I don't think we need to do anything too crazy with them. There, the coffee is done. All right. So, we could do it as just kind of like a nice simple silver, gold. I don't want to imply that like one map is necessarily significantly more valuable than the others, but I mean maybe that's okay. But also we do have like the gold egg as one of the eggs, and maybe if we did a gold one here, that might be kind of confusing. I don't know if it would, but don't want to maybe err on the side of making it not look like any specific egg in general. I don't know. Just checking to see if I need to change rooms. Yeah. Okay. All right. animated morphing eggs. That might be a little bit too much for this. As fun as that sounds, I don't think we need to push it that far. And yeah, it does right now with the way the border detail is. It looks like a money note, so I don't think we want that vibe. What might be better would be if it was more like the kind of gilded vibe almost, where there's like these like scrolls. I mean, if it looks like plant and stuff like that, then I think that's fine. And we could change like what material both the paper and this kind of like is gilded with. That could help. Now, something perhaps like that could be good. Like make it look like leaves or grass or flowers or something. Again, it's something where the detail is going to be relatively tiny. So I want it to be more subtle and, not too insane when it comes to how detailed it is, just because it's going to be quite tiny. But something like that might be appropriate. Feels less like a banknote at least. So yeah, looking at it when I came back, I was like, yeah, that does look like it's some kind of currency, paper currency, and I'm not sure it feels quite as, cool scavenger hunt scroll case or something like that. Curves made the scroll look magically ancient. Add some sparkles. Yeah, we can make it like extra magical looking. Okay, so I think I prefer something like that detail. I can certainly, work that up when I get to it. But I think I'm going to do the eggs right now. Right now I just have filler colors here. So I do like the idea of changing what the material is for each of the tiers. It could be that, and honestly, there's so many different eggs that exist. It's kind of hard to just like make it and be like, oh, do we already have an egg for that? Like if it was gold, there is an egg for that. But I kind of like the idea of it like maybe looking precious. Like if the first tier was silver and then gold and then like ruby or something like that, and then diamond, or maybe it's bronze, silver, gold, ruby or something like that could be good. Make it pretty distinct that way. Are they just fragile shell eggs? That'd be funny. No, I think they're going to be like pretty robust and durable, but I don't know, we could make it fragile. I don't know how I'd communicate that. It could look just like a real egg or it's cracked. But yeah, I think I'll start with like just doing a kind of like bronze and turn the sketch down even more. I'm going to turn the sketch off completely for doing this part. Get some nice like underlighting to make it extra exciting and powerful looking. Okay, so it's metallic-ish. And I think there will be the like reflection of the scroll itself on here. Okay. Does almost look a little too gold, actually. I'm not in London. I went last year, and I want to make sure other developers get to go. So Kelly, one of my fellow artists, is there with Brian right now. Yeah, maybe next year though. I will definitely be there for the 20th, at least. But yeah, I'm always down to venture out and hang out with you all. Love it. It's fun. Right. So I think that's not a bad, foiled egg. I don't know if it's bronze enough. Tone that down a little bit. Tarnish it down a bit more, maybe. I just don't want it to feel too gold-like. But it's not too bad now. Alright. So, do the same thing on the far egg. Ancient yet royal. Yeah. It's like a challenge scroll, you know? Should look pretty exciting and fancy. And there's going to be different tiers of it, so it'll be cool to have like the different kind of materials for those. So like even though like lowest tier one, we don't want it to be like dull and boring, of course, you know. Okay. I think that's not bad there. All right. One thing I should do is look at it in grayscale mode. So go to color profile, preview settings, and go down to my grayscale value check, custom one that I added in. And this just kind of like lets me look at relatively close values for this. It's unfortunately not a perfect ICC profile. I feel like on my previous computer it was more accurate than this one. Don't know why. It doesn't seem to behave as well since it is the same ICC profile, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, anyways. So I think the green kind of grass doesn't need to change between the different scrolls. Actually, I'm going to set that to draft mode. Grab a darker green, and I'll start by just, hello? Start by kind of blocking in a boxy version of the shape that I want. And these are mostly matte kind of material. It's a bit kind of shiny potentially, but it's not like metallic. So I want to kind of like show its form using highlights and shadows right now. Really kind of like hitting it with like simplest building blocks. I'm in fact gonna turn the sketch off. And I think I want it to be darker. The like axle or spoke that wraps around whatever this rod is, that might be one of the darker areas of this, as well as kind of like the deep shadows there. But I think overall, the grass might benefit from being a darker value to kind of create strong contrast here. I don't want it to be muted and kind of desaturated though, because the like spring theme is very much kind of like pastels and saturated, bright things. So yeah, I'm going to be a bit careful about overdoing the shadows. And also I want it to kind of be more like the whole thing is one kind of like value group, as opposed to just like a lot of deep dark shadows and bright areas. Not sure if that makes any sense, but I want this kind of like binding to be all kind of like the darker or mid-tone or whatever grouping, with like a little bit of shadow detail and stuff, but overall it's kind of like one range. Maybe I'll have to darken the shadows and reflection on the egg to assist with that. Also, I noticed when I was on lunch reading through some of the chat, I wasn't paying super close attention to. Someone referenced that my stream is a little akin to just hanging out watching Bob Ross, which is amazing. That's goals met. I don't paint nearly as many happy trees, but just having like a chill stream, can just kind of like hang out, just have on in the background. That's perfect. That's my goal. All right. Yeah, it's also one where it's like if you were tuned into Bob Ross's stream and you phoned in, kind of like if you could do that and be like, oh, can you like add another tree, or actually make it a lakefront with a little cottage in the background, and then he just would do that. That'd be kind of like what I'm going for here, where you can actually just like give me suggestions and I'll figure out how to make it work if I can. Okay. Yeah. I don't have to deal with the paint thinner and slapping my brush to kind of like clear it off. Although I used to do that. It was quite neat doing that kind of painting style, but I don't miss it. I will say it's a great thing to learn. I enjoyed it, but at the same time, it's a lot more work and miss, and yeah. Digital, definitely more my vibe. Okay. So I have a layer on top here. I'm just gonna add a little bit of highlights, but I don't wanna go too overboard with it. Again, like, as I was saying, I want it to feel more like this is a grouped value. Like it's one object that is in that kind of value range, and so like shadows and highlights kind of fit in that scheme and don't kind of like go too far away from that. Because if I get a lot of like super bright highlights and super deep shadows, I create a lot of like very strong contrast on that surface, which is fine if I want that, right? The more contrast I add to something, the more it's going to kind of like become important for you to look at. So I kind of want the grass to not draw tons of attention. What's going to happen is the flower I put on top of it, that will be some kind of like pretty stark contrast likely. You know, bright yellow flower, pink flower on this kind of like darker grass will kind of pop, especially if it's on like a lighter paper with like, you know, bright gilding, and like the eggs are maybe darker. I'm fine with that kind of value structure. So yeah, the grass might be a little bit dark, but because of the values, I feel like that is useful for it. Okay, so I'm gonna darken that and take out some of the saturation as well. Okay, so now that's a really strong contrast, right? Like looking up in this top right corner or kind of following that form, suddenly your eyes like snaps over to this very like very dark, very light comparatively, right? Like that's a very strong draw, which I don't want it to be that strong, but it does let me deepen these shadows more, which gives me a greater range for my kind of shadows. So I think I'll actually do a layer on top that's a brightness layer. Do kind of just a shadow pass. On that. Okay, I'm going to turn the sketch off again. And so like these areas on the scroll, right in these kind of crevices where this paper is overlapping, we're going to get the deepest shadows. There's a lot of like occlusion happening where the light can't kind of reach down into these kind of areas as easily. So we're going to let those get quite a bit darker. I don't know if they need to be quite that dark, but it kind of like gives a sense that, yeah, there is now a kind of like loosely wrapped scroll. It's maybe a bit too dark, or at least the range is too much all over the place. So like I can go darker behind here a bit, up there, and at those edges. Okay, and then I think I'll even knock it all back just a bit more, since none of it's in like direct light. So bringing those closer together, but then in terms of like the material, I want to just like lighten it a bit. Cool. Okay. So we have like these midtones there. There's definitely still things to push and pull on that. I think the saturation is maybe a bit, well, it's maybe not bad where it is, but I might kind of play with that a bit. I think I can have this be a bit more of a drop shadow where that page overlaps. Okay. Alright, so I think that's fine for it being blocked in. I think for this, I'm just going to get a little more of the area around it kind of like reflected into it and pull that kind of like very strong contrast away from it by just kind of like blending it with its surrounding a little bit and kind of losing those hard edges suddenly. Even though it's still darker than everything around it, it's able to kind of like become less contrast. So I just kind of added a little bit of the environment around it, and that kind of pushed it out of, you know, being extremely important to look at. So that works. Okay. So there's still like that interesting kind of like materials, but yeah, the contrast is still a little bit attractive, but I think with the flower on top of that, it's gonna pop it, as well as like the gilding on the page. That'll also definitely kind of like be more, you know, grabbing your attention, so it should be fine. Okay, I'm gonna give it a save. Thinking maybe an excavator as a pin sticking horizontally through the grass-like string. That could be kind of neat. So I guess one, well, I mean, it is related to the excavator, unquestionably. Originally I was like, well, I don't want it to be too related in case it's not, but I mean, realistically, you're using the excavator to kind of accomplish this challenge, right? Like, you are hunting the eggs, and you use the excavator to actually, you know, do that task. So I think that does make sense. Let me pull up the reference. So we got the excavator there. I can certainly try it. Let me see if I can actually grab the better higher res file of it instead of just using and repainting that. Spring egg hunt. There you are. Generic items, I imagine, is where that should be. There it is. PSD. Cool. Ah, yes. I didn't tell it to open in Clip Studio, so into Photoshop I go. Alright, well, can I just copy it from here? Of course. Of course. Alright, I'm actually going to import as a file object events spring egg hunt generic items. There we go. Much better. Alright, so what I could do is flip that. Like, so something like this. I don't know how big it should be, because it might not be clear. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's fun to have it represented somehow. Let's see if I... do something like this. Right? And kind of make it look like it's nested in there. I mean, it kind of works. I'm not sure if it's like confusing. Like, is that my actual excavator? I suppose it could look more like, I turn it into an icon and like it's an enamel pin or something like that. But I do prefer the flowers. I think that will work better. I might try to make the motif on the sides the excavator. That could work. And like, one of the ways it could work is if the excavator was like the ends of the scroll, right? Where's my rotate? All right, I'll do this. So if it was like the caps on it, that could maybe work. But also it's like pretty tight to fit it, and I don't think it's gonna read super duper well. It's not terrible though. The excavator is too ugly. I mean, I don't disagree, honestly. Like, it's a clever idea. Like, I definitely, felt it's a valid thing to explore. But yeah, I think that it'll be much more appealing to use like pretty, materials on the ends, as well, for like the different rank ones. That'll help it kind of read quicker as, oh, that's a different one. That's a different one. So yeah, that's just kind of my reasoning behind, yeah, like definitely a good concept, but I'm just gonna go in a different direction. I think I like it though. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, for the vision I have for it now, I'm kind of more set. Right. So I think for the first one, I actually might do like a dandelion. Do like a few of them maybe. And like, do I do the different kind of forms of it? I don't know. All right, so here's one idea for that. It definitely doesn't feel like it's like super powerful, which is fine, right? We'll see how that goes. Like, I'll keep this for now, and then we can explore the other tiers, right? And that'll kind of help us to figure out, okay, this might maybe look better if it's shifted in this or that direction, right? By comparing them together. So I'm going to move these elements onto their own folder. Now the egg at the back is actually going to cause a little bit of issue. So tier 1, that's the flower stuff there. Well, maybe I'll have the flowers and the eggs and stuff in their own relative folders and just have those be tiered inside there. I think that's maybe better. So flowers, and then this will be tier 1. Okay, and now eggs. And this will be tier 1. Cool. Background egg. Tier 1. And then gilding as well. Tier 1 in there. All right, so let's jump onto the gilding. Gonna turn our sketch back on, and let's just start with like some, you know, silver or something. And again, we don't need every single element of this to be, actually, can I clip that? Yeah, okay, that works. We don't need every single element of this to be, you know, oh, this changes and that changes and that changes. Like the gilding could be consistent for the whole thing. I'm just going to explore this right now in case, you know, it works out and we like it. But if I am going to do like some kind of cute little quick simple animation, I could see using the gilding as part of like, you know, light dancing across the surface. And if I did change that gilding, that might mean that I might have to compensate in the animation based off of it. So that kind of like makes it potentially harder to animate. So that might be a pretty good excuse to not have to do alternate gilding for each of the different versions, especially if we already have like the eggs and the flowers changing on each one. That's more than enough to really kind of like show dramatically the difference between them. Yeah, I mean, not a bad point about the Easter egg being all about being colorful. Um, perhaps the scroll could have a layer of plating with Easter eggs on it above. Could be. I mean, I'm almost just picturing like the painting job that you like would do on an egg or egg dipping, where there's like different like patterns and colors. Perhaps the scroll case itself is kind of treated like that, right? It's got like lots of different kind of patterns and colors painted across its surface. It might be visually noisy and a lot to kind of like take in, which is why I'm kind of trying to make that simpler. Like, so the egg, the grass, and the flowers, I think, are gonna kind of like draw your attention, and you're going to like look at those interesting details. So you almost need like an area of rest, and that's a little broader, a little simpler, so that the thing has a little harmony. If all of it is like really detailed and, you know, a lot to look at everywhere, and there's nothing that's kind of like a little bit more calm and kind of like reserved, it's almost uncomfortable to look at in a way. If I put a lot of detail into the page, I would actually tone down other things like the grass, especially. I'd flatten that more, and I might kind of like put less emphasis on the eggs, just to kind of like create that balance. Any element of the Easter Bunny on it. I mean, maybe the gilding, if we even like go in this direction for the gilding, maybe we could do something with the bunny. But at the same time, I really think that this is going to be such a small element that we can't really put so much detail in, because it just will not read at the scale you're going to be looking at this in game. But that said, I'm one that yeah, already that's like way too crazy when it comes to kind of like the design. It needs to be more like filled shapes. I think that this reference here is kind of a good kind of like suggestion for how to kind of treat that level of detail. Like there's a lot of interesting detail, but it's also very low, kind of like it's blended into the texture. You know, it's kind of it's a little more subtle than the other dramatic elements of the piece. But yeah, I almost like this as like if these were eggs, it's kind of a interesting idea. Actually, I think these should be more like, yeah, leaves. Maybe that's a flower. I don't know. I'm not digging this yet. I don't think it's quite working. I think the contrast isn't helping it right now. See how like similar it is to the background? It's really hard to kind of even make it out. So if I just make that even worse. Oh, I see. Oops. Okay. Yeah, right now, not sure if I like this direction. I don't think I do currently. I think I need more kind of like little kind of leaves like that, kind of curling to make it look more organic and plant-like, perhaps. That kind of creates a tangent. I do not like tangents. Okay, that looks a little bit more like some kind of plant to me. Better. Kind of looks like a feather. I think that's not as bad now. Again, I just wanted to kind of emulate growth, plant growth, right? How would a Easter basket with the scroll case in it look like? I'm not going to draw that currently. Like, who knows? It might end up in some kind of like piece later. But yeah, right now I'm like, it sounds like a very complicated thing to draw, and it wouldn't be part of this task, unless we wanted it wrapped in an Easter basket, which I don't think is quite fitting for what we're going for here. It's a lot of interesting detail, but yeah, I don't see that one working quite how I want it to. Okay, can I make this look silver? Okay, so if I do some of that and that. Now the paper behind it isn't doing much favors for it. I think I need the whole thing to be just a bit darker. And again, like, I can do it in different materials. Yeah, so if I could try something like that, like an add glow layer, or glow dodge can also be pretty good. Not quite sure what that material is now. Let's maybe know a bit. Maybe it's a bit silver now. It's very noisy, right? It's very hard to read what's going on here. So I kind of don't like how chaotic that feels. But if I change the paper behind it, that can potentially assist it. So if this is like brighter or darker, maybe it's good. Yeah, right now the gilding is actually hurting it. I just don't think I'm doing a good job on that. Maybe I should do more of what the this has going on with this kind of like embossed vibe. I like that. I think that's maybe a better direction. There is just a nice texture on it, and I could still do like a border color, and that might actually be better suited right on that edge. Right now I have it kind of inset like a margin, but I think it's actually, to reference these, it's right on the edge, and I think that does work better. So let me try that again. Actually, I like the purple is used on these, so maybe I shouldn't use purple, but it actually is kind of a nice color for something like this. Let's try green. Just see if a metallic green will work. And not quite as like mirror polish or shiny as I was going for with the silver, which can get a little too dramatic. I mean, maybe I do like a pink or something instead, or a blue. Oh, might be worth exploring. At least it being like on this edge, I can use it to help refine these edges and make these kind of read even better. Electric blue sheen. Top right portion of the scroll look like there are additional space, extending the pattern closer to the edge. A little work. Yeah, it might have been too far over. And I do have this kind of like peeling up, right? Whereas here it's kind of overlapping a little too aggressively. I think maybe this needs to kind of roll out a bit more over here to kind of like do a similar thing. I'll need to adjust the shadow here. Have that being cast down a bit. I think I'm going to end up flattening this just because trying to deal with all those layers is actually a bit of a mess. Okay, I kind of like that. And again, we don't have to go with green, but it's actually nice. So let's kind of give it a little bit of shading. Okay, I don't hate it. Yeah, and then just like a subtle kind of etch on the page below. So a fun way to do that might be to do maybe a screen layer. And then go in and I'm honestly going to turn off the sketch right now. And just kind of erase away. Actually, maybe I'll use a clipping mask for that. Kind of just make these egg shapes everywhere. I don't want it to look like scales. Yeah, it's just, there's just tons of these eggs, all just kind of stacked on each other randomly. Kind of going for like almost like a wrapping paper level of like randomness. But it's not like so detailed and aggressive that it's like stealing your attention from the rest of it. It's just like too noisy to be high contrast in a sense, right? There's just too much to really even see. And it just becomes a texture instead of like, you know, oh, I gotta look at all these eggs. So yeah, that's now just more of a texture, which is good. Okay, and now, I mean, I can take it a bit further and do kind of like the sheen and reflection on those edges, which is kind of nice. Oh, yeah. After the initial egg drawings are done, adding a different light color to them would make the scroll surface look more colorful. That's true. Yeah, actually, that's not a bad idea to just kind of like treat instead of just the material, treating like the lighting and stuff like that a little differently. It's a pretty good idea. Okay. So I like that initial idea here. I'm gonna do, see, a little kind of like add glow or something like that, just to, that's maybe a bit much. And an overlay. So yeah, it's kind of like the whole thing's being embossed. Cool. And then just like one pass of it here. I think maybe an add. And we can play more with that, especially if we end up doing some kind of like sheen effect. Okay, I like how much more subtle that feels, but it's an interesting looking texture. It's just not demanding and confusing, essentially. So I think I can get darker shadows on it in here. Okay. Nice. All right. So I like that. I think that's pretty good for tier one. Again, we can do like glow and all kinds of stuff once we've kind of like done the other ones and look at it again and be like, you know what, that's a useful addition. I think it needs that kind of like atmospheric kind of vibe, etc. Right? Gonna take that and kind of like give it a more grayed out kind of like reflections at the edge. Just to knock that back a little bit there. And I can kind of do the same thing on the grass as well, I think. That actually makes it a little more 3D in a sense. Okay, so we got tier 1. Let's do tier 2. So save. And do we start with the flowers or the eggs? Let's start by saving it. So I think I'll make that outer edge wrapping thicker, at least on the inner area here. They're going to be relative to this, right? I think I'll have just like the edge of it is still that green though. Just the thickness of the page itself, effectively. Okay, now the shading on it. Don't think it would be quite as dark on that edge. There we go. I think that feels a little more accurate. Cool. All right. So we're going to work on the flowers. Thank you, Lord Flies. All right. So tier 1 flowers. What do we want for tier 2 and 3 and 4? Okay, so someone mentioned sakura flowers for tier 4. Which I like very much. All right. So tier 4, let's jump to tier 4 and we can kind of work our way between the two other ones. 2 and 3, of course. So let's grab nice light pink and Now, I don't know enough about plants, so someone let me know if, like, when these flowers would bloom is accurate, right? Like, in general, I imagine a lot of flowers are, yeah, springtime, right? Um, but I know that sakura flowers have kind of like a very specific time that they bloom. So I want to let me know if I'm kind of like, oh, no, that's the wrong season. Right? An orchid indeed. Orchids are beautiful. Could definitely do an orchid. Cherry blossoms, yeah. Okay, so I like the idea of like bronze, silver, gold, ruby, or something. So I think for tier 4, I'm going to try the ruby or some kind of fancy gem. Maybe like a blue gem would be nice. Although red would be striking with all this green, right? It's an early blooming flower. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, I'm not the botanist of the team. That's usually Lauren's purview. All right, so yeah, let's jump over to the eggs and try a tier 4 egg. Oh wait, I meant to duplicate it, not put it in yet another folder. Okay, so I just duplicated it because I don't need to repaint the egg shape entirely. I mean, maybe I'll modify it. That could be fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, March to April. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. All right. So, yeah, let's try Ruby. And I kind of like the idea of it being, maybe not the whole thing is the gemstone, right? Like there could be metal caps on it. And maybe even these are petals. Okay. So with this, if I make that the selection, do that, and then unclip it, and then I can do this. Gotta make that very saturated still. Deep pink would go better than red. Yeah, seeing this combined, it's like kind of too much, I think. Um, yeah, it's ruby, and I think the egg, or sorry, the metal that would be encasing it would be the more of a gold for sure. So, I mean, that's nice and very, precious looking, right? But I almost wonder if it's like just too like, look at that, um, I could really kind of amp up the sakura and kind of like increase that contrast and just kind of like make that even more cool. Um, but it's also like with the green and the red, right? Like that color kind of combination, they're in direct contrast with each other, so they're really kind of like screaming for attention, right? Now with the other side also being ruby, it might actually help balance it. It's possible. And also like putting some of that color into the shadows, kind of like harmonizing it all a bit more into the reds might help too. So yeah, it could be like a deep pink sapphire instead, or some kind of other precious stone that's not red with green, right? Um, but at the same time, maybe this is being the highest tier one. Maybe we want it to have that kind of like boom punch, right? Um, like technically, what I should have done is duplicated the whole thing, um, instead of kind of like having to go through each of these and like turn off tier 4, turn on tier 1, maybe, so I can more easily compare them all. But actually, all right, what I'll do is turn tier 1 back on, right? And I'll export this. And T1 exported at full res. Do you like my like slouching that I got going on? Like, how y'all doing? How you enjoying the stream? It's a good time. We adding colors to the eggs. We did do a ruby egg. Sorry about that. Right now I'm just exporting the tier 1 just so that I have it as a reference I can look at, right? So I want to do the other side with the same approach and see if I like how that looks, and I might tweak the lighting and stuff to kind of harmonize that a bit better. Like, it's pretty, but the ruby is like, look at me, right? It's a little bit extreme. So let me see. Now that I've exported that, if I import that as a file object, there we go. Now I can just kind of turn this on and off to quickly look at it, right? Compare them. So tier 1. I don't mind it. Okay, let's keep going this course, and then again, like, when I get the other ones filled in, I'm kind of starting at the ends and working my way into the middle. It'll kind of like give me a range to kind of balance the design in. And I certainly want to make it easier on myself by not having to like fully render every single version. Tier 4. You know, like the main body of it and the grass and even the eggs, I don't need to fully render each time. It's more that I just kind of like make adjustments on what's already there. So for this one, I'm just going to do the exact same thing. Create a new layer that's clipped to it and block that in. Now we are kind of like looking up at this one, so our angle needs to kind of appreciate that. Which I don't think really gonna get quite as much of this top cap kind of thing. Right? Close enough. Okay. And now I'm going to make that selection of the egg and then delete everything outside of that selection so they can unclip it from the layer below, and that way it can add its own clipping to that layer and do my gem treatment on it. Cool. And then kind of make this a little more on the gold side. There we go. Okay, so got both of them, and yeah, I do feel like it is better balanced with it on both ends. I can kind of push and pull a little bit here and there to tweak it. I think if I do deepen the grass and kind of pop the flower out even more dramatically, that'll be even better. Because right now these are still the highest contrast areas. And I want the flower to kind of like stand out as the center piece. So I have the layer below the flower. And if I just actually go quite a bit darker under it and around it, but like keep that strong saturation. Can really just kind of like make that pop even more. Now I think what I want to do is make sure I lose all these hard edges. I don't want these like to be weird kind of dramatic stripes that are just kind of distracting, right? So what I like to do is have a lot of areas of a piece have kind of like hard and soft edges on the same kind of shape. So for example, actually I would prefer the bottom one be this soft edge. But this shadow here having like a hard edge and a soft edge. I think when I kind of like play those off each other, you get a little bit more interesting kind of like variety. It just like is more interesting to look at in general. So just trying to like figure out where to kind of play that dynamic off of itself. Okay, so now that contrast has really been punched up a lot more with that like almost white flower behind it, or on top of it rather. These kind of deeper shadows. And we'll pull it back a little bit. It's also a nice little technique to kind of push things further than it needs to go and then pull it back from that point, and that will actually help you discover where it should actually sit. It's very easy to kind of like try to take something in a direction and assume, yeah, okay, I think that's probably, if I do it that dark or that much kind of a dramatic shadow or something like that, it's very easy to kind of like attempt something and it's like, that's probably enough. But what you might end up doing is not actually pushing it as far as it could go to really benefit from that idea. So by pushing it too far intentionally and then pulling it back, you can actually kind of like discover where it really sings the best. So that's kind of a nice little trick. Okay, so that definitely has much stronger contrast. I worry about it losing that kind of like spring lightness, right? So that's also good. It's potentially good if I just like put like a really striking drop shadow under it, maybe. That might like really kind of also do the same thing where there's this like hard cast shadow, which isn't necessarily, you know, the most realistic thing for this flower in that situation, but if it's like more interesting to look at and dramatic, you know, drawing your eye where I want it to go, even if it's not like entirely accurate or whatnot, it's actually fine. So that I kind of prefer to that. This kind of like just makes it more seagrass and just kind of like muddies it, and actually it flattened it in ways I didn't like. Whereas this, I still get some of the kind of like the dimensionality of it, and I actually think that does pop the flower well. Just kind of a drop shadow, if you will, kind of just like on text on a poster, you're kind of shoving it forward in the third dimension, kind of sitting it on top of everything else, saying this is what you should look at because it's in front of other things. It's closer to you. So that's not bad. Okay, I think I like that for now. We can come back to it. Heck, I wouldn't even be opposed to having like little petals floating around it or something like that. But again, that's like extra detail that I think isn't required. And part of the assignment is to make it so that this is, like something that I can kind of get 4 different tiers that look unique enough but aren't like too individually crazy, right? So I'll save that. Oh, floating pedal animation. I mean, it's possible. I am not saying that's not something I could do. I know how to do it, but oh boy. That would look beautiful though, right? Like, I'll think about it. It is 3:30, so I'm probably going to end up wrapping relatively soon. All right, so I'm just exporting tier 4 version. And I'm going to place that on top here. Open that. Now we can kind of jump between these while working on others. And if I make tweaks, I can just re-export it to that same file name, and it'll update the file linked in here, so I can reference it nice and easily. Okay, but yeah, I like the scale between these two. Like, it's not so dramatically different, and it is more kind of like precious looking. Like, it looks more valuable potentially, which is fine, but it's not infinitely different that it's like, oh, these are on a whole other level of kind of like importance. Like, this still looks exciting and interesting. So yeah, the rewards are probably going to be better for this one, but I don't know by how much, and I don't want it to look like this should look like garbage to you. I still want it to be, high-end players will want to run after and use this one because maybe there's a nice, reason to go and get like lower tier eggs, and especially for let's say Ultimate Egg Master, if they're already doing their quest to get every single egg, well, this is just something they can use along the way. So like, yeah, I mean, just hammering these with kind of like each of the different tiers, that's gonna kind of like hopefully combine with that journey here and there. I don't know how well you'd be able to make it work, but like it'd be cool to kind of like accomplish those in the same, the same time, doing that in tandem. Okay, I think I'm gonna go for, well, until like 4 o'clock. So it's like 25 minutes. Starting to lose my voice a bit. And then I have a blacksmith meeting after work at 6, and then a game jam meeting with my brother and friend. So I'm going to be on call, and I need to kind of like respect that that's something I'm going to be doing. So I probably don't want to, completely cook my brain right now. But I still got like enough fuel in the tank to keep going a bit. All right, so what would be nice would be to kind of like just kind of like outline what we want to do for the other tiers. So I think like silver and gold eggs are probably a good direction for those. That's easy enough. I can kind of mess around and make that work. And I think we'll be able to kind of like, I think it'll be fine. And if it needs it, I'll do a little extra detail on the egg, make them look a little fancier if it needs it, whatever. I want to identify what flowers should we use for 2 and 3, right? So we got the dandelion for tier 1 and the sakura for tier 4. What do we want for 2? What do we want for 3? Violets for silver. Okay, so that would be tier 2. I like violets. And then, so I guess there's a fair amount of potential varieties of violets, right? Oh, yeah, and someone mentioned orchids. Orchids might be a good tier 3. Daffodils. Daffodils for gold. Okay. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that could work. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I feel like most flowers have some pretty intense ranges that they might carry. But yeah, violets definitely. All right, so just trying to think of like if I want them to be oriented in any particular way, like the angle. Um, oh, I thought I was working on the layer above. Whoops. Okay, so depending on the violet, can get kind of like some like white tips with like almost like these bands kind of going through. Kind of want it to go like into like a nice, rich, deep. Violet there. Get a little more overlapping of the petals, I think. Well, thanks for hanging out, Murphy. Have a good weekend. All right. So this one's with the silver, right? think that's maybe a good start for that, just to capture it in case I don't quite like get it fully finished. I just want to make sure that I kind of like get these ideas kind of like working well enough that we can see them and kind of like say if we like this direction or if we want to try something different. But I think that's not terrible here. Okay, all right. So then for tier 3, we were looking at daffodils, which would be the gold tier. Now these are kind of an interesting shape, right? They kind of often are very much kind of like standing out like a trumpet, right? So all right, now I have it kind of like pointing off to the side, and I'm wondering if I want it to kind of like come more towards us. In which case, shortening that and rounding it would be the call. Potentially even more than that, and I'd have to widen these petals out. Right? Okay. I mean, love the ideas for the animations. They would be fantastic and also very interesting and fun to do. That is definitely not gonna happen on that level whatsoever. Like the petals floating and the hummingbirds and all that. Like I can picture it and it's awesome, but that is way too epic and uh, also just requiring more resource. Like I'm fine with doing like this light glint across the surface that can effectively be used on each of them, um, because that's very kind of doable in terms of like low scope. It's also more subtle, and I actually want, if I am going to put an animation on it, I do need it to be rather subtle, just because again, like I'm trying to reserve it for like more epic tier kind of stuff, and as like cool as a scavenger hunt is, I don't see this as being like, as epic as like a mythical dragon heart, right? So I just don't want to step on that language too early on. Like maybe down the line, I'll have all items are a little bit animated, who knows? But for now, I want to try to kind of use that as part of the language of what the item itself is. Like, you're not getting any kind of like jackpot game breaking loot from this, so it's technically not deserving of the animation, but I also just like doing it and finding more excuses to do it. So yeah, it's a special scroll case. At least it's unique in what it is, and it's a limited thing. You don't get to use it all year round. So, I think on those grounds, it's not a bad idea to have a little bit of extra kind of like detail and fun thrown onto it. But yeah, I think animating different things like hummingbirds and petals and all that, as tempting as it legitimately would be, I just don't think that that would be wise for my time. But yeah, I love the idea. It would be really nice. Don't get me wrong there. I think it's really fitting, and I actually, can, imagine that being pretty sweet. But yeah, it's just a little bit too much for this. Okay. So I'll do a layer above. Go for a little more yellow, but not like weird mustard yellow. Yeah, the most valuable item in all of MouseHunt history gets like a little glint. Yeah. I mean, I can show you the up close animation for it. It's a little. It's kind of fun. It kind of loses some of it, I feel, in how it's scaled down and what it looks like in the end. But yeah, it is still on the more subtle side, to be fair. Okay. What do we think about this daffodil? Maybe a little more orange in here. flowers are definitely enjoyable to render. There's just so much like character and interesting detail that without using reference, I wouldn't kind of like think about and realize because I don't do a lot of it, but there's definitely a lot to appreciate. Nature do be impressive like that. Okay, so that's okay. All right, I'm gonna give this a save. So these eggs I'll make gold. Well, we still got 8 minutes. Not bad. Actually, crack those flowers out relatively fast. Yeah, I mean it's fine. This is always how it goes after lunch. The chat gets a lot quieter, as do I, and people are still kind of like tuned in. They just kind of have me in the background, just kind of look in every once in a while, see how things have progressed. Okay, but yeah, it's a long stream, right? The hour-long break is usually when I lose people. All right, so what was I saying I was gonna do? Well, we got the different flowers. Let's take a quick look at like, yeah, like they're different, right? They're gonna look different from each other, but not necessarily like this one's absolutely more valuable than that one, right? They're just kind of unique, but similar. So I like that. Took you nearly an hour to load the dishwasher because of the stream. Well, I'm glad I'm that engaging. I mean, that's a good sign. Um, yeah, actually, since it's like I did the flowers, I'm quite happy with those, and just kind of rendering out the eggs is kind of not as big a deal. I've definitely painted lots of different just metal material colors, nothing new here. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up because I'm gonna head out, or at least gonna head off soon. But I want to be able to share kind of the time lapse, show kind of like what we did today, right? And I'm going to set this to all. So there's more detail to appreciate with all, being able to see each brush stroke. So yeah, I think it came together pretty well, pretty effectively. Um, Definitely got some great direction from you all. Um, I didn't end up always exploring every single suggestion, which I try to do for the most part, but I think once this was kind of set in motion, it was kind of speaking for itself to me, and I just kind of like followed where it wanted to go, and I'm pretty happy with that. But like again, even with that, there was definitely a lot of good kind of feedback and guidance. Um, so yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this journey. Obviously, there's a lot more to do on these. Um, Most especially, I have the chests to create as well. I don't know if I'll have those done before the next stream that I do. It's likely that I will. But if I don't, maybe that'll be something we work on together. But basically, I'm going to try and take these elements from the scroll case and translate those into the chests themselves. So, like, when you look at the tier 4 scroll case and you look in your inventory, let's say you had a bunch of the different scroll cases and a bunch of the different chests, you'd be able to kind of like look at those and kind of piece them together and kind of see the connection between them. And I think that'll be a nice thing. It's not like ultra critical that it works that way, but I think it's a good thing if it does. So you can probably imagine that like a lot of the elements of like tier 1 or tier 4 are going to be portrayed in those reward chests at the end. So obviously like the ruby, if I end up keeping that direction, and like the like sakura flowers or the petals or whatever. Um, I could see that being kind of the motif for each of those, which would be fun. Maybe there's more egg involved in the chests. I don't know. I haven't explored that yet, but who knows? Maybe we'll do that together. Um, yeah, no, I really like the purpose of Feedback Friday Art Edition for me is to translate what you all want into the game, however best I can. So whenever someone gives me a suggestion, I always definitely try to consider it and like figure out how to make that actually work. Because even if it's like weird ideas that are like, oh, I don't know about that, but if I can figure it out, then that's not something I came up with. That's not something I would have figured out. And like, if I just did it as how I normally do, where it's like, okay, I'll solve this and I'll do it my way. That's fine and dandy, and that's how it works. 13 out of the 14 work days for me. But on one of those days, when I give you guys the like the steering wheel as best I can, that gives you all more kind of autonomy in the game, and you're a part of its creation, and I think that's really important to me, to like give you as much control over that as I can. And I mean that's the purpose of Feedback Friday that Dave and I have been running for I don't even know how many years, like um, a long time, you know, back before Twitch and all that. Um, uh, I should actually look up how long we've been streaming because it's horrible how little I've improved my like streaming quality and like panache and all that, and it's just I kind of like, oh, it's what I do. I don't make it like epic or amazing to tune into. It's just kind of the Bob Ross experience of like, I'm just gonna do art. We're gonna maybe even chat. I'm gonna take suggestions if people want to chat. I'll not pay attention very good to it because I'm terrible at that. But once I'm focused on doing art, it's very easy to kind of like lock in, and that's I mean part of how I work. So it's just that. But yeah, I mean, it's important for me to kind of like give the players that kind of agency and like be able to have them literally look at stuff in the game and be like, I helped influence that. This direction exists because of me and other people hanging out, and I think that's just unique and cool, and I love it. And as I said, we make this game for ourselves, but because you all love it, we're making it for you in that way, and giving it all the things that we think it deserves as best as possible, and not doing it for any other reasons other than we love being able to do this and make that something that we can all share on this journey. But yeah, here's to 17 years of this, and hey, 17 more. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. It should be Dave next week, but otherwise maybe I'll see you then. Who knows? But yeah, it should be Dave. I think he's probably got things to discuss and chat about. But yeah. All right, well, I'm going to head off. Hope you enjoyed, and thanks for hanging out. But yeah, until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I will catch you later. Bye for now. Happy hunting and all that jazz. All right. Take care of yourselves. Bye.